This boy can talk.
That becomes the problem. Everybody wants to interview the president, but they don't want to look like all the other elements.
There should be a category for who's done the most interviews with the president.
Yes.
Christian Galdamini and Jim Sutter.
Well, no, well, you see, they rotate the camera guys around. They get to rotate around.
But not YouTube.
I do 99%.
Even want you to go out and get
Dude, did your Arctic piece run?
Oh, yeah.
Get right on
in
that.
the competition.
Oh, I don't know.
So your motorcycle.
Gates open and motors are here.
Nobody's at the door.
So you moved.
Yeah.
So does that work?
He's not getting the formal.
Let's have a Larry Downing. Here we go.
Minutes.
I don't see any guards.
Because they don't want to show him too much respect. I get it. Everybody moves fast, like they're like, oh shit, get out of here.
No. And doggone it, they like me. I almost fell over. Okay.
Hey, Owen? Yes. Make sure you lean in, okay?
Sorry?
Make sure you lean in a little bit. Thanks, man. No, just like,
I can try it.
Mom rush.
Hey, you okay?
All right, everybody go to the warehouse. Breakfast. Yes.
Same again.
Feel free.
Times two. Yeah.
UCLA Bruins.
Dude, Gundy. There's no way, dude.
He got swept away, dude. He got swept away. Coach ever.
Head coach for OK State. It's like an institution. It's like children. He's been there. He
That's a
played
good
there.
example. We should not use this sometimes.
But they fired him because, not because of the losing seasons, but because he's unwilling to change. He's not adapting.
Turner went through 2000. He had 5 straight years of losing seasons. Granted, it's much different than the others. I showed it to the world, but they stopped him.
Well, but the thing is that everybody was afraid of Turner. But with this guy, they're going to the same thing. This is what it takes to win. The way it works now. This is that I'm not going to do that. I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of donors, dude. Like, I told you the next pick was Sweden. He's next. You watch. You know, inside of 2 years, split 1-1 and play 2.
You gotta be kidding me, really?
He's not adapted, dude. He's 1-3. And he doesn't do the portal, doesn't do the portal, doesn't like do the NIL stuff. That's fantastic. Not doing the portal, not doing the NIL stuff, not like the very true. It's awful.
I keep repeating what you said. It doesn't mean you have to tweet portal. You can't have both things. And it's funny. In some of these big game weekends where these guys catch the winning pass. Oh, he was a transfer from Purdue. Oh, he came in from OK State. Oh, he was. It's like a free agency in the NFL.
Scott.
They sign a contract and they pay you. You don't have to sign a contract. Just stay with them. All right, that's it. Here we go. What's up, Jimmy?
Trump's in the door.
Mr. President, should we expect a deal today?
Mr. President, do we have a deal,
President
sir?
Trump, are you confident, sir, there'll be peace in Gaza anytime soon? And the 21-point plan, is everyone on board?
Will we have a deal today, Mr. President?
Mr. Prime Minister, have you agreed to the deal?
Can you unplug? Hey, Christian. Unplug my blue now, and then you can go back to camera mic.
The blue's unplugged.
Thank you, sir.
from here. Is there a way through here? No.
No, absolutely not. Or you could go
Right here.
go all the way
Right
around.
here. No, we're gonna go right here.
Okay.
Thanks.
So you work and not managing. You're actually working, not managing.
Working.
Çıkışı beklemeyeceksen bırak.
Yes. I'll grab this. No, that's really another thing. Across from the truck.
הוא הלך. לא מאמין שאנחנו במזג אוויר כזה נוח. כאילו נסגר בביטוח, נכון, לאימי שהפסדתי, את יודעת בדיוק איפה לא זה.
I was over there because I was over from Erdogan the other day.
Yeah.
And I got some really good shots of the pillars.
Yeah.
So I thought, oh, maybe I'll try the same thing, but this time we came in much higher.
Yeah, the vehicle was very high.
So it wasn't as good. But
Yeah, well, but it impacts us from here too. It's the same thing. Again, unless you're, they're pretty elevated, but for anybody who's standing just on the ground, it's fairly short stuff like me. You've got to wait for the guy to back up.
right, exactly. Yeah, that's what I did. Away from the back. And by then he sort of like put his arm around his
Yeah,
inside.
let's go inside. That would be
Always an adventure.
It would be nice to be able to hear what the remarks are and what he answered. EWTN's so intense.
החדר הזה הוא גם סגור, והוא
They
מעביר
won't
את
let us put a
הסיבת
microphone
עיתונאים
over there, so the whole camera doesn't get up there.
לא, זה אולם אפילו יותר גדול, זה אולם יותר גדול. איפה שיצאו את זה.
Whatever powers there are.
טוב, יאללה, ביי. איפה בינו? כן. כן. כן. אנחנו עד 8 בלי כלום. בתוך הזה אנחנו רק נכנסים לשום מקום. אין בפגישה, אין צלבים. כן. מה שתגידי לי.
רגע, אז בוא ניכנס. בוא.
That's funny.
To the and to the
טלי? נראה, אני צריכה לעלות. כל הוורוד הזה, והיא פשוט לא פה. טוב, קדימה, טלי. תקחי לה את הפין הזה. תגידי, מה? ירון עושה לי דילקה? אין דבר כזה שאת לא נחליט.
Yalan dolan bile değil artık, biliyor musun? Artık o bile değil. O senin kameran mı? 10 dakika içinde kullanacak mısın?
Ya kullan burayı.
Yok yok, önüne geçeceğim.
Geç oğlum. Geç oğlum, bir şey olmaz ama. Ayağımın ağrına sikeceğim. Geç geç. 5 dakika.
Ne yapıyorsun?
Köpek nasıl çıkacak?
Valla nasıl nefret ediyorum. Bence de öyle ama yani sonuç çıkmazsa abi çok saçma.
Nasıl olur? İçeriden bir yalan mı?
Hiçbir sikim alamadık. Yani biz bir şey alamadık.
Oğlum benim sırtım şey ya. Biz almışız.
Öyle.
Oyun almadık.
Yani biz aldık ama biz babayı aldık. Hikaye. Katsa konuşuyor. Süveyşler konuştuktan koşula bağlı koşul. Filistin'de Türkiye olacak. 2 Rusya'dan gazı almayı bırakacaksın. 3 Çin'le bir kısmını ticaret yapmayacaksın. Filistin'e para aktaracaksın. Biz bundan hiçbirini yapamayız. Hiçbir şey.
Sonuna da Erdoğan ölür.
Zaten bu aralar ondan sonrasını konuş. İçeride.
Ya abi.
İçeride çok büyük. Yok değil. İçeride çok büyük. Yok. Şuraya basınca var. İçeride çok büyük. Kim? Onu giderek patlattı. İşte Albayrak'a oynuyor. Damada oynuyor yani. İçeride çok büyük damat Bilal, damat Hakan kavgası var. 3 ekibin kavgası.
اداره نیان المنکر شده برابر مردم افغانستان و برابر زنهای افغانستان تحمیل بدن در یک نفس یک صدا کشیده و کمی من و کرم شما خب البته اینجا جای نیست که سوال جواب داده شود
Evet ya. Zaten bedava hiçbir şey yapamıyoruz. Yaptırmıyoruz. Erdoğan'ın koltuğu uzatmak neler Ya geçti tabii. Direkt elections'ı söyledi. Yani başka bir ülke olsa...
Ben farklı bakıyorum. Senin bak, senin şeyin farklı. Ben fazla bir şey
Evet, parayı verdik, şov yaptık. Biz eskorta geldik. Türkiye'den umudunu kes, Türkiye iyice saçma sapan.
Şu an biz okey'e dönüyoruz. Okey gelirse diyoruz.
Anahtarları çok önemli. Azınlığı fazla da azınlığı asıl tehlike ne biliyor musun? Biz o topraklarda Anadolu kültürü diye bir şey vardı.
Evet var.
Onu Kürtlerde, tabii Kürtlerde ucundan alırdı, Türklerde alırdı, Ermenilerin torunları da alırdı. Bunlar bir kavga vardı ama harmoni içinde o kültürü sevip yaşatırlardı. Evet. Abi o kültür yok. Yani Türkiye'nin ortak değeri din değil. Kimsenin sikinde değil. Bugüne kadar yalandı. O Anadolu kültürünü herkes İşte kimisi Afganlara verdi, kimisi şuraya verdi, buraya verdi, Suriyelilere. Şimdi yok. Yani savaş çıksa ülkeyi savunacak adam yok.
Herkes kaçar.
Ben gidip savunmam abi.
Hayır yani orada olsan savunursun da.
Ya savunursun da ama
Orada
yani.
olsa, orada olsan yani savunursun.
Ama
Öyle deme bana.
söylemeye çalıştığım şeyi anladım.
Anladım,
Yani
ben
şunu
çok iyi
söylüyorum
anladım.
yani. Seni
Orada
o kadar yabancı hale getirdiler ki ülken. Ülkenmiş gibi görmüyorsun.
Bir artık bir şey çalıştığın yer, para aldığın yer olan.
Aynen. Ya ben bir şey söyleyeyim. Almanya'da bir yere çalışsam aynı hissiyatı, aynı hissiyata sahip oluyorsun. Burayı görüyorsun. Medyanın iyice bozulmuş. Video yaptı çünkü şu yüzden. White House'un onu yapacak şey ekibi yok. Beyaz Saray resmi ofisi zaten onunla uğraşacak zamanı yok.
Orada bir zaman benim parası falan gitti.
Bunlar değil mi? Herhalde canım. Yani para vermiştir. Soracağım onu. Dur basın olsun sorayım ya.
Ya bir şey soracağım ya. Sizde böyle promotion şeyler mi?
Evet soracağım. Bunu kim yapıyor ya da gelen misafir ekip mi ödüyor? Çok büyük skandal olur biliyor musun biz ödüyorsak parasını.
Oğlum benden duyduğunu söyleme. Sikerler bizi.
Efendim? Alo. Hakan. Hakan şimdi sesin geldi dostum. Tamam. Görüşürüz sağ olasın. Efendim dostum. Müdürüm. Tamam çekildim. Aradılar şimdi zaten. Başka bir gazeteden de arkadaşlar. Hadi görüşürüz.
מביך לי ברמות, רגע.
chega exatamente no escritório de trabalho, vamos chamar assim, do presidente dos Estados Unidos. Tem muita imprensa aqui, talvez até um pouco poluído aí o áudio por causa disso, mas tem muita gente, imprensa israelense, imprensa dos Estados Unidos também, do resto do mundo, na expectativa de que tem uma solução para essa guerra. Né? Donald Trump já demonstrou certa insatisfação com o Benjamin Netanyahu. Semana passada ele falou que já deu bastante, já é o bastante quando perguntaram sobre a possibilidade de Israel dominar a Cisjordânia, mas Trump não quer isso. Então a expectativa vai ter uma conferência de imprensa, uma coletiva de imprensa dos dois daqui a pouco. A expectativa é que tenha algum anúncio mais concreto nesse sentido, porque planos para Gaza foram anunciados algumas vezes, mas nunca saiu ao concreto. Talvez agora tenha algo diferente. Então, eu recebi a agenda, né? A coletiva de imprensa, que seria após a reunião, está marcada para 1 da tarde aqui, 2 da tarde em Brasília. Sempre atraso, o Netanyahu já chegou com uma meia hora de atraso, então, mas deve ser durante a tarde, com toda certeza. Então a gente tem novidades muito relevantes sobre esse caso. Né? A pessoa que vai me perguntar isso, mas a gente está de olho aqui é sobre o Brasil, né? A reunião entre Trump e Lula vai acontecer. Hoje é um dia que está mais agitado aqui para a gente buscar as informações por causa da presença do governo de Israel, mas até então tem novidades. Pelo que eu apurei, inclusive, nem o primeiro contato do governo brasileiro com autoridades dos Estados Unidos foi realizado. Então, por enquanto, parece que o jogo é o mesmo, o placar é o mesmo de quando Trump citou Lula na Assembleia Geral da ONU. Trump citou, convidou, por enquanto está assim. Eu comentei até num vídeo que eu gravei do Acorda cedo, né? E assim, quando eu perguntei para uma fonte do Departamento de Estado que estava aqui na Casa Branca, ele respondeu: vocês provavelmente vão saber antes de mim. Por quê? Porque esse cumprimento ao Lula, esse convite ao Lula, saiu da cabeça do Donald Trump. Obviamente que hoje, né, ainda está quase uma semana depois disso, já começou a ser tratado internamente ali. Mas a expectativa é assim, que já que Donald Trump fez o aceno publicamente para o mundo todo na Assembleia Geral da ONU, agora o governo brasileiro tenta alinhar ali, pelo menos um contato inicial entre as diplomacias ali. Não é Trump falar com Lula ou o contrário, realmente essa é a nossa diplomacia, um tratado de diplomacia aqui dos Estados Unidos para ter um contato inicial. Então esse contato inicial é o que a gente está procurando aqui, porque é o primeiro passo. Então teve um contato inicial, saiu da tribuna da ONU. Agora, diplomacia com diplomacia, vamos resolver como isso vai acontecer. Isso não aconteceu ainda, agora falando meio-dia, horário de segunda-feira, provavelmente vai acontecer e vai ser o primeiro momento que o Brasil vai sentir o terreno, como que os Estados Unidos estão dispostos a realizar esse encontro, sobre isso, vai ser aqui atrás de mim, vai ser em outro lugar. O Brasil quer muito ser em outro lugar, para evitar constrangimentos ao Lula, né? Enfim, algum tipo de humilhação. A gente não sabe se essa é realmente a intenção do Donald Trump, a gente não sabe até quando ele foi sincero, quando elogiou o Lula na ONU. Muitas questões em aberto, mas a semana aqui meio que começa como terminou no anterior, primeiro, sobre esse assunto, pelo menos. Outra questão sobre o Lula que eu acho que é relevante, porque as duas humilhações do Salão Oval foram Vladimir Zelensky e o Ramaphosa. Zelensky fala inglês ali ok, e o Ramaphosa ele fala inglês fluente. O Lula não fala inglês. Então teria esse fator ainda, se o Lula fosse, por exemplo, responder a alguma acusação do Donald Trump, teria que passar por um tradutor, ou seja, pelo menos do externo, o Trump tem muita vantagem nessa conversa. Ele vai estar falando com o presidente em inglês, o Lula teria que responder em português e passar por um tradutor. Então são questões que a diplomacia brasileira está preocupada, que fazem sentido. E é o que eu disse, não dá para prever o que o governo americano quer. Esse fim de semana o secretário secretário de Comércio dos Estados Unidos falou que é preciso consertar o Brasil, os países se unissem, inclusive, e aí. Então eu acho que assim, a retórica da Casa Branca não arrefeceu totalmente. Eu acho que o movimento do Donald Trump foi nesse sentido de tentar criar um diálogo ali, mas o governo brasileiro está reticente nesse momento faz algum sentido por causa disso. Por outro lado, cada dia que não existe um contato inicial, cada dia que não se alinha uma conversa, é um dia mais com tarifas, é um dia mais com o empresariado brasileiro sofrendo com esse tarifaço. E assim, uma coisa que aconteceu depois da fala do Trump é que o Trump quebrou uma narrativa do Lula. Porque o Lula, na entrevista aqui da PBS, ele falou com a BBC, ele falou o quê? Ele falou assim, Trump não quer conversar. Quando o Trump vai na frente do mundo inteiro e fala, quero receber Lula semana que vem, ele está falando o quê? Eu quero conversar. Então o Lula não tem mais esse argumento. Não discutir tarifa porque eu não quero conversar. O Trump quer conversar, ele falou na outra, vai acontecer. Então a bola agora foi meio que jogada. O presidente brasileiro ele saiu de uma situação confortável para uma situação em que ele se arrisca um pouco mais. Assim. Agora ele vê como isso vai ser discutido internamente. É isso que todo mundo quer saber. Isso, são israelenses, né, tinha judeus ali também. É isso, assim, eu estive em Israel em junho com a Rafaela Ramos, nossa coordenadora, e o Anderson Costa, nosso editor aí de Metrópolis, e a insatisfação da população israelense com a guerra, com o Netanyahu, é muito grande. Eles querem que eu tenha de volta, eles veem que a postura do Netanyahu, muitas vezes, é uma postura que impede essa negociação. Porque o principal para as pessoas é saber se os seus entes queridos estão vivos, se eles estão bem. Eles querem que tem gente para fazer 3 anos sequestrado, imagina isso. Sequestrado por um grupo terrorista, né? Não é uma coisa fácil. Então, as pessoas protestam contra o Netanyahu, Israel é uma democracia, isso acontece mesmo, assim, faz parte da sociedade israelense. E está acontecendo aqui em Nova York, num grupo pequeno ali, mas tem que marcar posição sobre isso, pressionar Netanyahu para que haja um acordo de paz resistente. Eu acho que isso é o principal do lado israelense, do lado de Gaza tem a questão dos princípios palestinos também, mas do lado israelense a pressão do Netanyahu é para isso. Eles querem ter de volta e esses corpos que são mortos pelo terrorista, né? Então é uma situação muito delicada nesse sentido e talvez uma solução saia aqui de trás hoje. Até abriu a porta ali, deixa eu olhar, nada aconteceu, mas tem que estar de olho aqui o tempo todo porque o Netanyahu vai sair por aqui também, o carro dele, que ele veio, esse aqui que está atrás de mim, ó, está aguardando ele também. Então assim, o que está acontecendo nesse momento pode ser história acontecendo nesse momento aqui pertinho, a gente não sabe, mas a gente vai saber em pouco tempo e a gente mostra tudo aqui no Metrópolis.
קדוש, תביא לי את הדיאט קולה שלי, את הדיאט קולה שלי. איזה
הוא
בלח.
עשה לייב, שאלה למי? הוא עשה לייב, שאלה למי? הוא עשה לייב. כן. כאן מהיציע הזה הוא שאלה לבקר, סתם, הוא אמר
fato, inclusive, resolveu muitos israelenses importantes e os palestinos, antes do 7 de outubro, antes do ataque do Hamas, eles trabalhavam em Israel, eles estavam um pouco inseridos na sociedade ali. Claro, muitos problemas ainda, né, o Estado palestino não se reconheceu de forma plena, ele dava muitos direitos dos palestinos, como toda ali essa guerra, mas agora com uma guerra acontecendo, né? Então, isso realmente é algo que já era discutido antes e está sendo discutido muito mais agora com a questão do Hamas. Claro que é uma campanha israelense muito grande, com muitos baixos civis, ninguém nega isso, ninguém nega que é uma quantidade muito grande de mortos civis nessa campanha israelense em Gaza. Então, por isso que a expectativa aqui é muito grande. Eu vou tentar, inclusive, mostrar para vocês aqui onde eu estou, porque do meu lado tem uma cena muito interessante aqui. São todos jornalistas israelenses que estão acompanhando. Então, assim, tem esse interesse da local, tem vários, mas também tem interesse na mídia internacional. Então, várias agências, várias então, acompanhando. E aqui atrás, como eu comentei, é o Salão Oval, onde está acontecendo essa reunião nesse momento entre Trump e Netanyahu, com a expectativa, o presidente Donald Trump ele quer capitalizar também sobre essa questão de trazer os fins de vários conflitos, contando os conflitos civil ele que ajudou a terminar, ajudou a cessar fogo. Ele está irritado com o Putin por causa disso, porque o Putin não facilita, o Putin não para de embargar o Ucrânia, o Putin não cede às tentativas de negociação, tanto que ele fala agora em ajudar a Ucrânia a vencer a guerra, não falou em ajudar, mas ele falou que acha que a Ucrânia pode vencer a guerra, porque ele quer ser um pacificador, ele quer um papel da paz, ele disse isso todas as vezes, não é nem apuração, não é nem especulação, ele disse isso e é papel da paz. Então, essas são as expectativas do Trump aqui, mas assim, enfim, de maneira geral, acho que a expectativa de todos nós que esse conflito acabe, né? Um conflito muito longo, com muitos efeitos laterais aí, e acho que ambas as populações merecem bem paz.
תביאי מפה.
מה אתה אומר?
מה, שלא?
תהיה עסקה?
כן.
אבל מה זה כן? רועם יגיד כן, השאלה...
זה מה שחשוב.
ממש לא. אבל אם ראש הממשלה יגיד, אתה חושב שראש הממשלה יגיד לא לך?
יוכל להגיד. יוכל להגיד לו בימים האלה לא.
אז זה עסקה טובה לעסקה.
כן, כתב את זה. קטר הפילה את העסקאות עד עכשיו.
מה האינטרס של קטר עכשיו? כן? לא מתבלבל.
הם פועלים רק על משהו.
רציתי להגיד את המשפט הזה אם זה היה מסוים.
זה לא יצא אחרת.
למה אתה לא רוצה? לא יש לך מספיק חירות. הספיקו להגיד לחמאס.
מנסור! מנסור! תוריד את היד. תוריד את היד. היא רוצה להתחתן, מנסור. היא רוצה להתחתן. 2. הם ידעו שזה מעלה להם רייטינג, הם לא יעשו את זה.
אגב, יש להם תפקיד מאוד גדול, כן? לא, לא יודע, זה שאתה עולה אתה יכול להפעיל זה לא רשאי, זה לא רשאי.
באותה שיחה, נתניהו מספק ליום קטר, מה שהמקורות שלי משתמש כהתנצלות על התקופה הישראלית בדוחה לפני כמה שבועות. השיחה הזאת נמשכה כמה דקות, והיא בעצם נקודה מרכזית ומשמעותית בכל ניסיון להגיע לעסקה לסיום המלחמה. כיוון שהקטרים עד היום, בשלושת השבועות האחרונים, סירבו לחזור באופן רשמי ללא סוג של מעצר, התנצלות, משהו בסגנון הזה מצד ישראל. להבנתי, באותיי, הדבר הזה קרה לפני כמה דקות.
אחרי תוכנית הטרנספר, דוגו, יצאו רק מרצון, ביטחון לחזור.
מלכתחילה זה היה רצון. אבל התחילה טרנספר ביהודה ושומרון, גם במזרח ירושלים.
אני עשו לי טרנספר, אני בתל אביב.
מתל אביב יוציאו אותך גם כן. אל תדאג.
לא, אני בטח ככה לדבר אליו.
כבר קיבלתי אזרחות.
הוא קיבל אזרחות מממשלת נתניהו.
קיבלת אזרחות? למה, השב"כ חתם עליך?
נתניהו חתם. שר.
אתה... סולימאן, אבל אתה יכול לבוא ללוד. סולימאן.
got a doctor's appointment I got to get to. This keeps getting delayed and delayed and delayed, so got swapped out. All right, enjoy.
סימן שאלה עקום. רגע, שאני לא אהיה בפריים של אף אחד. לא, אבל זה לא טוב. רגע, בוא נעשה. אני בפריים של 13. אני בפריים.
Check, check. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Donald Trump seemed optimistic as Prime Minister Netanyahu made his way through the gates here behind us and on arrival with the thumbs up, saying he was optimistic that he'd be able to get done. A few interesting developments since that point. Number one, Netanyahu will confirm this call. The Prime Minister will talk to apologize for the Israeli strikes a few weeks back that caused all this chaos in the U.S.-Israel relationship and had a dramatic effect on the Middle East. All sorts of talks, discussions for weeks and weeks and weeks. Netanyahu apologized for that airstrike today. Sort of unthinkable, and the fact is, it appears that Donald Trump essentially made him do it. He was in the room pushed him to do it. So Benjamin Netanyahu apologizing to the leader of a terrorist state for trying to hit the terrorists that are harbored by that terrorist state. It's kind of a twisted scenario. That being said, there's also a foreign delegation here in Washington that is working with the White House. It should be for Netanyahu, because I would imagine, because what else would be the purpose? But that's not important. They are here in Washington to finalize this deal. So the talks are still ongoing on the high level between Netanyahu and Trump, trying to push this deal over the finish line. Again, there were negotiations last night in New York. Netanyahu, Trump administration officials, and Jared Kushner, some of the tweets that were made caused concerns among leaders in the Arab world that kind of opened up some of the details again to interpretation and misinterpretation. And so now they're trying to work again through those details and get the approval of Arab leaders like the Emir, the Prime Minister of Qatar, who's also on the line here in this meeting here, in this part of it, between Trump and Netanyahu. So again, trying to get clarity on exactly what changes were made last night and how they can either be changed back or clarified to get that final stamp of approval from Qatar and possibly from other Arab countries that have put skin in the game in this particular ceasefire effort. What's up, man? Yeah. Thanks for everything. Kevin. Door shut.
What? Jackets?
What jacket? So,
oh.
I think it's the one I folded up out there before.
It's probably out there.
How's everybody feeling? Good? Roll with me.
So, before you take them, number one is the red one.
Okay.
Everything else is numbered.
Okay.
They're locked to have the power on already.
So, do you have a specific side that you want 1, 2, and 3, and 4 to be on?
They're going to mix them up anyway.
They're going to mix them up anyway. Yeah.
So, I'm just going to turn them off on the board per chain, and when they say questions, I'm going to turn them back on the board.
Yep.
All the mics will be hot.
Yep. That's fine. Yeah, that works. And then you'll turn off the ones that's got music. Gracias. Thank you.
אני אזרוק לזה, אני אזרוק לזה. קודם כל בוא נראה את התמונה. התמונה מספרת אולי את הסיפור יותר מכל, זה עולה בחשבון הטוויטר הרשמי של הבית הלבן. הייתה שיחה טלפונית של טראמפ, נתניהו וראש ממשלת קטאר, אתה יכול לראות שזה עכשיו על המסך. ועכשיו אני יכול להביא לך את הציטוטים, את הדברים שאמר נתניהו לקטארי, אלו הציטוטים. אדוני ראש הממשלה, אני יודע שאתה, אדוני ראש הממשלה, אני רוצה שתדע שישראל מתחרטת על התקיפה של אחד מהאזרחים שלכם שנהרג בתקיפה שלנו. אני רוצה להבטיח לך שישראל כיוונה לחמאס, לא לקטאר. אני עוד רוצה להבטיח לך שלישראל לא הייתה שום תוכנית להפריד ריבונות שלך, ולא נעשה זאת יותר בעתיד, ואני הבהרתי את זה ונתתי התחייבות לנשיא טראמפ. אני יודע שלהנהגה שלך, אומר נתניהו, יש הסתייגויות ותלונות נגד ישראל, וגם לישראל יש תלונות כלפי קטאר, החל מהתמיכה שלכם באחים המוסלמים, גם לגבי איך שישראל מוצגת באל-ג'זירה, וגם לעובדה שאתם תומכים בסנטימנט אנטי-ישראלי בקמפוסים ובקולג'ים. אני מברך, מקדם בברכה את הרעיון של הנשיא להקים קבוצה תלת ראשית שתתייחס לטענות ההדדיות שלנו, לתלונות ההדדיות שיש לישראל ויש לקטאר. זה נוסח הדברים שאמר ראש הממשלה בתוך חדר הזמזל בשיחת הטלפון.
I'll slouch. So the story, I'll tell you the story with Sharansky. So it's the Bush gets elected Tuesday, November 2008.
Right.
The following Monday, I'm with on the book talk. It just comes out on Monday.
Okay.
On Tuesday, we're in the American Enterprise Institute. Crowdhammer's interviewing for the book. And I'm sitting in this on the floor. And I'm getting my phone, it keeps vibrating. And this is before a smartphone. And I'm thinking, after about 6 times, something must happen to the family. So I step outside. And I said, this is the one we'd like for you and Minister Sharansky to come and see the president. And then we didn't respond on Thursday. And we didn't respond.
Wait, what day are we supposed to put?
Tuesday, they called. And they said Thursday, the next 2 days later, they want you to be there Tuesday. It was like the next day or the day after that. We'd like you, the president would like to meet you and Dr. Sharansky at 11 o'clock on Thursday. I said, my leader said, this is someone's bad joke. I said, no, I can't do it. We have the Pope at 1, we're not going to be able to work, right? And then they said, no, this is really the one past that. It was 2 o'clock, so 2 o'clock the president also. I said, we got the Pope at 3, we can't work. And they say it again. I said, well, we got the Dalai Lama at 1. We got the Pope at 3, we're not able to fit him in. He goes, would you like to call back? And he goes, no, leave it. And I look at my phone, and the phone only says 202. No, it has no, I think at 202. And so I said, I understood, I got it, and then we were in the Oval Office 2 days later. It was supposed to be a half hour, gone for like an hour and 10 minutes. And because Nathan is so humble, he didn't tell anybody about this, but basically, it affected the whole policy administration. The problem that they had is they allowed for the elections to happen. So stupid, and Nathan wanted to see how it goes. And says, you know, you're going to be destroying the idea of freedom without it ever being touched. Russian, who said that? Anyway.
Well, it's because they simplified the whole concept of democracy.
Purple fingers, yeah, exactly. That means he never met a right-wing reporter. I humbled myself in Rama before the leaders you say took that over. But I really don't think there's any possibility right now. 51 countries left. It's not just 3 months left in the administration. There's no way. And I think personally the best. They'll possibly get the circumstances. The issues that they sell is probably fine. The issue is how to address it. No. Any of them? Okay. Shabbat, okay. Okay, thank you. We'll see what happens. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Okay. The people of Israel, thank you for your attention to this matter. We should contribute. Okay, here's a trivia question. The only... Oh, yeah. I know. He didn't catch it. But I think, okay, who was the one? Those of you listening at home, play along too. Who was the American president? Governs tons of former presidents. Besides Washington. Think about it. Getting the whole audience a chance. When Trump died, it happened in the 20s. I think 72, I think. 70. And Sherman. Mas Modena na Colônia. No, Hoover lived a long time. Hoover? Oh. He lived so long that he had to back him up. No. Okay, people, have you let the home audience join us? The answer is Richard Nixon. Johnson, Kennedy. Johnson. They're listening to you. We're doing trivia. zero.
שמה? לא, נכון, זה בוודאות.
לא זה. Right.
Delegation has gathered here inside the state. We have not seen the U.S. delegation yet. I know about 20 minutes ago the meeting was still ongoing, so the president is confirming with his top officials before coming out here. But I will say that one thing the White House just did was make it a communication of what we are going to hear from these leaders who come out is they sent out a 20-point plan that the president and the White House have been circulating to other nations last week and the last few days. It was 21 points, although initially, based on what we had seen, the copies of it by our officials or the world leaders, it is now 20 points. And I was just looking through it on my phone because the White House released it. It now makes no mention of not striking the tar. That was initially an agreement, or a principle in Israel agreement not to strike the tar again. That is no longer inside the White House just now. So we'll see what these tweets mean.
America's 500 pounds, so the average is said
Now that timeline is 72 hours for that to happen. Of course, whether or not any of that happens still remains to be seen. It also remains to be seen if Hamas
I do that with every state population. Population comparison.
Wish I could say the same.
So, one time. The big guns have arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
Thank you very much, everybody. So this is a big, big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years, we're going to at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible, incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved, and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and They're, in many cases, really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you, in many cases, they're great men. And some great women, too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons, production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do, otherwise they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right, and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close, but it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and that danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others, and they'll be named over the next few days, and it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it will be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I noticed that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, Bibi, I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things: please get the hostages back and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do, because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago? They withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that, because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. That terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them. And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it. And creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. And maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords are amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords. And little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there. It's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it, please don't do it. It'll end the whole world, please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because I heard I was going to do it, and leaders of countries were calling me, and I think it was on a Thursday that I did it, and they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day, and I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday, and I called them back, the biggest people in the world, and they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem, and we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron, that's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised and something that was very very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and he understands it's time. It's time. History has shown, and the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it, but they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding in the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man, because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. but he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with, because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful, powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership, and I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with, and it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement, and I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. we would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrificed the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA could have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy, it's tough going, but I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it, it's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen, wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.